Morning, everyone. I'm going to get the live going over on TikTok as well. Once I do that, get some people in that were waiting on the egg as well. And I'm going to work on getting this little one out. I think it's going to be past time, so I think it's ready to go. A couple more sips of coffee and I'll be good. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It's not allowing my other account to go on the live. Yeah. Yeah, my personal. So it's like it's telling people we're not live. It must have had another violation or a restriction. Yeah, I know, but maybe it's governing who it's allowing on. TikTok is always a pain. Good morning, everyone. We are going to be getting this chick out. I'm pretty sure we're doing that this morning. I think it has been long enough. Gus, are you wet? Come on. Thank you. Okay, make up some space here. Now I have YouTube working properly. There we go. Thank goodness. Okay. We are getting this chick out that's been having issues for the last 2 days trying to hatch. I had veins that weren't ready to be haven't helped. So if I'd helped it, it would have unalived. So we were just trying to buy a bunch of time for it to fully develop, get its blood vessels in where it's supposed to, egg yolk where it's supposed to, and be able to free it from the shell. It's been 2 days, and I'm fairly certain that it's ready to come out this morning. So I'm going to bring it out, check it over, and then decide if I'm bringing it out of the shell. A few people we're going to wait on, not many. We will get this going in a few minutes. This around the wall. I'm going to make some space for the other cameras because we're also streaming on YouTube. Excuse me. Excuse me. What's that?
We're outside of Harrisburg in Pennsylvania.
If you didn't hear that, we're in Pennsylvania. Well, we're about Pennsylvania. I'm not asking for an address or anything like that. What about what are you in Amish country and Philly? Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. Not far at all. I have family up that way. We're just below Harrisburg. Excuse me. I'm sorry, everyone. I have a bit of a allergy situation happening here. I apologize. Alright, let me get this situated. Get this little one checked out. Because I'm hoping it is as ready to come out of there as I'm ready for it to come out. There. I'm just getting my camera set up here.
Allergies are the worst thing.
They've been horrible for me this year. I'm not usually bothered by allergies too much. You know, a little sniffle here and there. But this year it's just been so bad. Just coughing and everything. Alright, now. Show where we're at here. Now I did open. This is where it came out, right? So this is where it's trying to come out. Up here, right in this spot is where it should have tried. Yeah, man, that's exactly where I'm at. Alright, so I open this up here, and we're looking to make sure everything looks good, that we're not going to hurt anything if we start working on it.
It does look better just from what you showed.
Yeah. Take a good look here. I definitely, that little vessel is still protruding.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it is.
I really thought I was going to get this one out today, this morning.
And it's still red.
That is really, really red. I really am not liking how this is going at all. Wow. Yeah, I really thought I was getting this one out. So, we're in that big situation of what to do again. Now, I told everybody else before, this is not the first time I've dealt with this. This one is definitely top 5 of issues, though.
thinking land, we have about 600 chickens.
Yeah, we have actually well over 600 right now. About 600, we'll say average 600 chickens, 80 ducks, 20 or so turkey, 30 geese. So,
Some goats and a pig.
goats and a pig, a couple dogs, a couple cats. But we do a lot of hatching. We can hatch about 300 plus a month chicks. But yeah, I mean, every once in a while like this, I don't like it, but it unfortunately does happen. I am going to. How about do me a favor? How about, no, never mind. I can do it. I can do it with paper towel. I'm good. Never mind. All right, I'll let you sit there for a second. I'm going to.
So explain what happened. What's happening.
Are you asking me to?
Yes, somebody just asked if you can explain what's happening.
Excuse me. That's why I was saying. Are you asking or is somebody else asking?
Somebody else.
I only asked that because I'm having a rough day today trying to talk. So, explain is best way I can, quickly as I can. The chick tried hatching in the wrong spot. Should have started hatching up here. It's not ready to come out because it has a blood vessel running right here. If I take the chick out now, we're looking at that blood vessel rupturing and the chick getting unalived because of the loss of blood. I don't want to do that, so I'm trying to get it to where it will be okay to come out of the shell. If I do nothing, oops, I'm sorry. If I do nothing, you can see the blood vessel. See that nice pink line right there. If I do nothing, most likely, 99.9% chance that it will not survive. But if I do something, it has at least a small chance of survival. So I'm trying to basically let it get big enough to come out of the egg. Yeah, it's chirping. It's, other than being stuck in here, it's very healthy. It takes a very strong chick to actually survive as long as it has, which is really surprising it has survived as long as it has.
And the blood vessel will absorb in the
Yeah,
longer that we wait.
Right, pretty much that's what it is. That's what we're waiting and hoping to get to, is it will eventually absorb all that in. Hopefully. So, I mean, there's just not much more you can do. I mean, we can hatch it, we can get it out of the shell here, but it surviving after that is what the problem is. Now, you got to be careful not to put any water inside this hole, because that's where its mouth is. Put water in there, it will Willie, get down. Willie. Sorry, if you get any water in there, it will. I gotta watch my words. I know. I'm trying to watch certain words at certain times and such. So yeah, you just don't want to pull in that water and be unalived.
Yeah, you're lucky, Shannon. I guess with only 12, you never had to deal with it. But we had so many. Unfortunately, natural selection definitely takes center stage.
Natural selection doesn't take center stage. Natural selection, this would already be gone.
Well, that's true.
So no, we don't go with natural selection.
Yeah.
Because natural selection would be more of letting it sit and let the mother take care of it, let the mother hatch it, let the mother sit on it and do all that, and then take big risks whether or not the mother is actually going to take care of it or alive it. If we would let them have the chicks, you lose a big percentage of those chicks because a lot of the mothers don't want anything to do with them. So we have to be careful there as well. So the belief is, if I'm putting it in the incubator, I'm responsible for this life. I'm going to try my hardest to put that life outside of the incubator and live healthy. We weren't hatching any last night. This is a special need chick that is still in the egg.
Thanks, Cat Rose, for the donut.
Thank you for the donut.
And then there's a question about what kind of chicken.
As a mixed breed chicken, just mixed with Samani and I believe a Well Summer. Excuse me. Good morning, Jacqueline. Excuse me. Sorry, dealing with a bit of a head cold. Or, sorry, allergies. So, still working with this one from yesterday. I actually really thought it was going to be ready to come out, but so far it's not. It's hard to see it. I'll show you over here. See that pink line on there? We're still working with that. Excuse me 1 second, everybody. I want to get a drink here. Excuse me.
That's cool, Shannon. She had America's and Rhode Island red chickens.
Yeah, we have a bunch of those little suckers running around.
Yes.
Nice looking birds. I do like the look of them. Some get a little, they think their shoes are bigger than they are.
Yes.
Alright, so I don't really want to do much more with this. I really don't. But it's really odd that that vein is bigger than it was last night.
Yeah,
And that is very bizarre. Alright, let me look at this without worrying about the cameras here. Figure this one out. I'm trying to think of what I would do if I don't have cameras on. 'Cause sometimes you get a little concerned with everybody watching, and you don't want to do the wrong move. And don't want to do the wrong move either way. But when you have people watching, you get a little more nervous about your choices. Alright.
And you know Nicole, assisting with Hatch all the time with ducks and chicks. Gotta be so careful.
Well, if you're assisting all the time, that's not good if you're having problems all the time. But this is one that is a little bit of a different situation. But I'm trying not to have to do too many. This is number 6 in a group of 500. So, you're looking at that small percentage. It's not too bad, but when you have to do it all the time, it's usually an incubator or something like that. Yeah, sometimes if they're the ones that sit too long, it's usually one of the incubators having a cold spot in them, which happens all the time, especially with like the square insulated or foam ones, like the Farm Innovators incubators. Those are always I toss them out because of how bad they were.
Good morning, Latina. Yes, it's the same one
Same
we
one.
were watching.
It's not shrink wrapped. We're not doing anything really with it yet. Right now, just cleaning up some spots, debating on what we're doing here because we're still dealing with a vein. Now this, so everybody understands the situation of this. This is 3 days after it is pipped. So this is day 3. It wanted to hatch sooner, but pipped in the wrong spot. It pipped down at the pointed end of the egg when it should have pipped up here. So wrong spot, went through some veins, got itself stuck from there. Yeah, the square 3-tier ones are about, yeah. Doing large scale on hundreds of no, I mean, yeah, if you're doing hundreds, I mean, you know what I'm, definitely know what I'm talking about, but the situation of this one, as I was saying, is a bit different than most. Pipped out 3 days ago, still working on veins. So, right there, this vein dead center. It's not one that I'm willing to take a chance in running into.
Thanks for the roses,
Yeah.
Tasha.
Hey, thank you for those roses. Yeah, it's still damp because I'm putting wrapping it in paper towels and things like that. I will say this one, as the days go on, its chance of survival keeps lessening, but still has a chance. It's moving, it's talking. So as long as it's moving, talking, we're trying. So I'm just gonna take and yeah, I thought about doing some oil. That's a good thought. I will actually have to consider that one a little bit. But as far as it goes right now, I'm just using damp paper towels. That's nothing I'm too worried about at the moment. My olive oil, I do have some olive oil I may consider, but we'll see. I will think about it. Thanks for that advice on that one.
Question from
Yeah.
Olivia.
It's not too concerned about it getting thirsty. It's got a lot of humidity in there and a lot of moisture. If you give it water now, you're looking at well, I'll just say it again because it's been said so many times, drowning. You don't want it to get overfilled with water and have it get overfilled because then it, as tight as it is in the egg, you're looking at very little space, and we're making sure that we give it enough space to be able to breathe and such. After a while, you start giving it too much water. Also, the swelling that happens when they get stuck in here. There's a lot of reasons why we don't. All right, I'm just gonna wrap this one up and put it back in. And it is now, let's see, a little after 6. I'm giving it 4 hours. If it's not out in 4 hours, we're gonna start working at it a little bit more to help it get out. So I'm giving it a deadline. Let me see. The one's in there. It's moving around. It's yelling. So 4 hours from right now. So if anybody's interested in coming back, I am going to work on it more. I'm going to start pulling away some of the shell around where its beak's at, because it's been in there way too long. It's going to start having other issues than just being stuck. Let's see. Which was the name that does all the other hatching. Okay, I see it now. Gotcha. Just want to. Okay. All right. Thanks for watching, Nicole. Thanks for the oil thought. I'm gonna check into that.
Thanks for the donuts again.
Now one from yesterday that we got out of the egg. I'm gonna pop that one over here so anybody was here and wants to see it. Okay. Hey, little one. That's the one from yesterday.
Oh, he looks so much better.
Look better once it gets out of the incubator. Clean them up a little bit.
Yeah. He's loud. He's
You
got
gonna
some
encourage?
lungs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them. Tell them come out. I think it can hear its friend in there.
What kind is that?
It is a chicken.
A mixed
No,
breed?
it's just it's a total mix. Nothing nothing mixed except an Easter egger, which was my absolute favorite hen. This is one of her little ones, and we have unfortunately just lost my favorite hen yesterday. So this is one of her little offspring that I'm really hoping for. And if you're watching, you see all that mess that's in there. We had an egg yolk break from one of the chicks yesterday, or the other day. Sorry, it wasn't yesterday. That's this little guy, still fighting, still doing well. Walking around, it's tired, it's worn out. I mean, it lost a lot of nutrients and a lot of stuff there. So, giving it some vitamins and hoping to get that one out as well, and nice and healthy. So, trying what we can.
We're using, what type of incubators are you using?
Alright, yeah, give me a second, I'll show you what we have here. We have this one here. I mean, this is not what we're using right now. This is a V4 incubator. This is one that we're just using to show the hatching. Our business incubators are CT 180s. This. Who wants to zoom in? There. So these are really nice incubators. We hatch, like I said, over 300 a month from that. So those are from hatching time. Those incubators. A little bit of vitamins and some water here. So vitamins, help these two. This is what we use. A lot of people will complain about this, but that's the people that complain about using this vitamin are the people that don't know what they're talking about. This vitamin has helped so much that I wouldn't use anything else. Because everything else, one, is more expensive, and that has the same in it. And a little bit of water.
Question from Nicole, do you like the cabinet ones versus the others?
100%. Cabinet ones, I will always, I mean, with all the incubators we've tried, that is something that I will never change again. I will always have those cabinet incubators. And from hatching time, they are awesome. And you little one. Those incubators, if anybody decides they're looking for incubators that are excellent, really good ones, those are from Hatching Time. Contact me if you want the code. You know what? I'll give you the code now. Hatching Time. Use our code SVF25 and SVF10. Those two codes will get you a discount at their website on anything, not just incubators. They have heat plates, they have chicken supplies, brooders, all sorts of awesome stuff.
What is the general environmental setup that is needed for a cabinet?
I will show you here in 1 second. Take you around here. So, this is the cabinet incubators. These are in our house. Nice thing about these are, so back here, this is the water chamber. This adds humidity to it. I'll open this cabinet up just so it gets a little bit of humidity out, and you'll see it turns on and will add humidity into the incubator. Of course, I have it turned on. Come on, get running. Now it's going to take forever for it to turn on. It's usually faster than this.
Murphy's Law.
Yeah, I mean, you want something to go quick. It doesn't. Oh, actually, I think it is running.
Yeah, it's that
The little red light is not turning on. So let me do this differently. There, you can see the humidity building up in there. And right there is the humidity going into the fan. That's the spot that it goes through. So with all that screwing around, all that humidity will bounce back up as soon as I get the door closed and it starts working on it. And the other nice thing is to have a gallon water tank back there that keeps everything good.
Yeah, shipping would be nuts, each to their own.
Actually, I think they have companies all over the world.
Oh,
So I
really?
don't know if maybe you can find one that has it close to you.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like those incubators. I am a huge fan of them, and we've used a lot. Let me check you out a little bit. I'm going to back this up so everybody can see this little one. You can see how, unfortunately, rough it is from trying to hatch. This was a spot, and we're hoping that this heals up. We're trying. Right in here, like I said, that egg yolk that gets attached, well, that is attached to it, that it feeds off of, that broke inside the incubator. And it's a lot of sticky, nasty gunk. So, when things like that happen, you want to make sure that you get in here and check to make sure none of the fluff is stuck anywhere. You know, if you get a hair stuck somewhere and it yanks it out, how bad that hurts. Sometimes they get their fluff stuck and they have issues walking or something like that because it's pulling that fluff all the time.
Yeah, bros usually mix them with warm water. He definitely does that too.
No, I will actually just put them in the sink with warm water and then put them back in and let them dry off. But with as weak as this one is, I'm not going to do it because the stress of it would most likely do it in. If I missed it with warm water now, it'll get too much of a chill as well. So I got to make sure that it's healthy enough to be able to handle it. And if you're doing it with ducks again, that's a different story as well. So yeah, I mean, honestly, with ducks, doing the hatching with those are a lot easier to deal with. I honestly have not had one duck ever have an egg yolk break in the incubator. Excuse me. The biggest pain with ducks is the humidity fluctuation is so big with them. So they end up getting a little more stuck in the egg than the chickens do. Yeah, we have about 30 different breeds running around. Some rare, some just regular domestic. Like, excuse me. So we have the Iam Samani, the Iam Ketawa, Sandjack Longcrower, India Hogante, and some others. Black Copper Morans, Rhode Island Reds, White Leghorns, and so on, so on, so on. And you have 5 breeds of ducks. Nice. I'm trying to remember how many we have. So we have the Cayuga, Jumbo Pekin, Khaki Campbell, Indian Runner, Swedish,
Definitely lose count, Rose.
some called ducks, one Muscovy mix, and there's one other one that I can't think of the name of. But yeah, I mean the count is, it's tough to say everything because I don't know. And I get people say all the time, how do you not know? Well, watch some of our videos on how many birds we have running around and you'll get the idea of it. It's definitely not easy.
Oh, Rose has black runners. I love the Indian runners.
We have, so our Indian runners are the lighter tan, and we just love them. So now we have one. She was trying to hatch eggs. She gave it her all, but her eggs were not fertile. So she had one that she kept sitting on, and she sat on it almost 5 weeks until she finally gave up. So from there, hold on a second, I'm trying to put this back in the incubator. So from there, not hatching successfully, that poor girl decided the first thing she'd see coming out of being broody was the goose flock and their babies. So she muscled her way into the goose flock and is now part of the geese and very protective of the babies. So we had one little baby get in the garden yesterday, and I had to go in and help it out because for whatever reason, they go through one spot, they can't figure out to go through that spot again. So I go in and grab it. That duck ran after me as hard as it could go.
Yes,
And the other geese are looking at it like, meh, we don't have to do anything. She's got it. She just ran after me until she got the goose back.
It was so funny. I wish I had a camera to record it.
We usually have the camera everywhere I go, and that time I couldn't help it. It was hilarious. I couldn't get out of the garden. She was so mad at me.
She was so mad.
And I love it. I'm not gonna ruin that bond. That is perfect.
Yeah, I wonder why he's sick, right, Latina?
Yeah, on the occasion, a little bit of too much. So I gotta get my other group out here. I want to make sure they got what they need. And this is the group from, I said about my my favorite little hen that I lost. So we got another couple from her that we just hatched, and I don't want to lose who they are, so I have them in this little area.
Oh, Nicole, three emails, emu, 2 males, 1 female. That's awesome.
This is my Leghorn Bark Rock, Japanese Bantam, and every rooster over the moon. Oh, Japanese Bantam. We have, and that's also the Saramas as well. So we do have those. Let me turn this so everybody can see.
They're so cute.
Yeah,
And
They
those
are.
crates come with the CT 180.
yes.
Okay. There's a question from
Yep.
Rose.
This is what you put your eggs in to hatch. This one I know is not going to hatch. I gotta just double check it, but fairly certain this one's no go.
Oh, you're transporting them from New Mexico to Arkansas. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I bet they're as big as a person in the car.
Yeah, that should be a fun trip. I mean, using like a small, like horse trailer to put them in. Are they babies?
Aw. Yeah, he might be a bit addicted to hatching as well.
Well, my addiction is fed, luckily, by the need. So we have a need here for people that want them. So I get to fulfill that need while fulfilling the need of people. So yeah, I mean, I'll hatch anytime, which I kind of do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I didn't want to get started on the emu, just because if I get started on it, that's gonna take up a lot of time, a lot of space, and I don't know if I want to do all the work after.
See you, Latina.
Thanks for stopping in, Latina.
It is addictive. Yeah, I bet those emu need a lot of space.
Well, I don't want to have to put up the fencing and everything else for them. I'm just not. I'm not as young as I used to be, and I don't want to do all that work.
Hi, Pappy.
With chickens, it's at least a little bit easier. Morning, Pappy. How you doing today?
Huh?
$400 a month and have done since 2019. You don't have an issue.
Oh, that's
1
beautiful.
acre. The adults alone, yeah. The babies run with the turkeys, ducks, chickens, and geese.
The emu.
Yeah,
That's cute.
yeah. That's one part I was wondering about how much of a pain it would be to keep them all together. But yeah, an acre for the adult. I'm not. I don't need to. I have enough going on. I want to, but I don't. I don't have to yet. We're like adding another breed to the flock. That's almost a need I have to fill. might have to be my new best friend.
Mm. Huh. Yeah, we're already in that issue with chickens, Nicole, so I don't think adding emu is a good idea for him.
Well, if you do the chicken math properly, and people keep saying, "Oh, chicken math, chicken math." Yeah, you're looking at chicken math the wrong way. If you have a certain breed, that counts as one. It doesn't matter if you have 50 of that breed. That is one chicken. If you have 50 red chickens, that's one chicken. You have red, you have black, you have yellow, you have white, you have, they're singles. No emus for you, Pappy. it's they're as I said, they're a little bit more work than I want to deal with. I do not want to set up the fence for them. That's my problem. I don't want to set up a fence. If I didn't have to do that, I would be more happy to do so. And I'm gonna be a little mean when I say this, because one reason I do want emu is I've had emu, and the taste of it is unbelievable. Sorry if I offend anybody there, but that's what we do. So.
Oh boy, they can jump a 7-foot fence.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't want to have to put up deer fencing, because we have that one down there where the goats were,
Yeah.
and we would have to do that there, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, the emu is like, if I had a choice on favorite meat, I might say emu, and that is right next to like a really good quality steak.
We're outside of Harrisburg in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the first time I had it, I was blown away to know that's what it was. Chicken math involves, you have chicken math, you have all that nonsense, duck division. Yeah, it gets a little out of hand sometimes.
Boost multiplication.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when we first started with this farm here, I said the only thing that I really wanted, I said, you know what, I've always wanted a goose. Did some research on the geese that I wanted, and I settled on wanting Sebastopol. Love them. They're beautiful birds. Not many people know about them. So it was hard getting them. So I hatched and ended up with one goose. So I was happy. I had my one goose. Thrilled. Well, you know that goose needs a friend. So next thing you know, we order 6 more Sebastopol. So now, after a short 3 years, we have 30. And we've added, so one of our friends on here had a white Chinese female that she had to rehome because it decided it was going to attack her ducks. So I said, you know what, you'd be happy to take her in. Now we have her. She's got some little ones, and just love them. Geese are so mean. You're saying geese are mean and you're dealing with emu? It's like saying, oh, dogs can be so mean, but I raise wolves.
So will his geese.
And my geese will hug you too. And that, so there's your main reason why I don't want to deal with emu, is
They would fall in love with you.
right. You know, it's just like, it's so difficult as it is with some of the animals to know that that's what they're going for, and then an emu with as big of a personality as it has, I don't think I could do that. Now, some of the mean ones, sure, I have no problem with that. But I know mine wouldn't be mean.
No.
So, the same as my geese. Even the one mean goose I still have and still like him.
Yeah, I agree, Nicole. I think it depends on how you raise them. And they definitely think that he is in charge, and they definitely love him.
The nice thing with the geese is, with as much training as they had, I don't have issues with them really. If they start walking up the driveway to a spot where I don't want them to go,
Crazy.
all I have to do is
Whistle.
and tell them to get back down here, and they know I'm there, and they'll wings out and run as hard as they can because they know they're doing something wrong, and they'll run to the spot they're allowed to go. So we have that, and then they just know, they like, even going to bed. If there's a problem, they don't want to go into where they're supposed to be nesting for the night. That all I have to do is go out there and show how serious I am, and then they get that realization. They go, "Oh, he means this," and then they'll walk in. So just got to be firm with them. Yeah, I'm messing with this chick again in this egg. I'm just a little bit worried about it. It moved in the shell, so now I'm worried that it's going to be unable to breathe properly. So, let's see here. I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to help it yet, but I think I do have to help it. Oh, the decisions we have to make. Alright, I'm going to put these little ones back, and I do believe I'm going to start pulling some more of this shell off here.
Are the veins where the beak is?
Well, so veins, that was the main part of the problem, is where it's down here at the point. There are some that I did see, but our main one is right now here. This main vein right here coming off of it. So if it's not too bad, I'm going to slowly peel the outside layer off here and try not to nick into this membrane. So I'm going to work on it a little bit here. I'm going to open that up. Worst case scenario, open up more of that membrane that's going to dry out. I'll just have to wrap it with more paper towel. I would, but every time I go to pull a little bit off the veins right there, and I have seen a little bit of red coming out of it, so I don't want to mess with that too much. I prefer starting where the air sac is. Oh, duck your head down. There you go. So if it would have pipped up at the top section up here, that's where I would have worked, starting with the beak up here. but because it's down here on the bottom part, typically where all the veins are. So there's no empty space there. Here, so you see down in there, I can take some of this shell off and not worry about getting any of that membrane. So I can just take and pop all this off around here. Show this also over here on YouTube so everybody can see. We're going to just take a little bit off over here. Very carefully, very slow. Just going to look to make sure there's nothing veins wise over here. Doing this, always have yourself a really good flashlight or candling light. Everywhere else on that membrane so far seems like it's perfectly fine. I'm going to continue to go around here. Let me turn this light on. Hopefully that's not too annoying to everybody else. All this empty space here, I can get a nice good look if I peel that off. So yesterday, last night, all this space around here, all this thin white spot, that still had veins on it as well. So now see everything shrank back, and we're still just dealing with a little bit of main vein here in that area. So it does have room for breathing, so I'm not overly concerned that way. So Nicole, my biggest concern on the breathing is the longer they stay in the shell, the more fluid builds up in their subcutaneous area. So then, like I've seen it build up in their neck. So with their head turned the way it is, when it builds up in the neck, that usually takes the air passage away from them, and then they are unable to breathe. So that's more where my concern is on that spot. So it does have plenty of room here, but down here where it started going, yeah, I'm not so concerned of this end being able to get the air. It's that end where the neck is, with it being pinched the way it is. Get a little bit of water on there, it'll help see a little bit better. I know that was chilly. Best angle here I can. I think that vein has shrank down pretty well. Now I did that yesterday. It shrank down, looked like that. I was very hopeful that it was going to be good, and then today it swelled back up again. So I'm still going to continue here a little bit. And here is another problem, space in here. This is part of where it could be shrink wrapping as well. That shell pulling away from that membrane, a lot of space in there. And I'm going to take that space away. Now, here's another problem. So now you see all this fluid inside that sac here. It's starting to build. So with that fluid there building, worried about it being able to breathe properly. So there's a lot there. Let me show this over here. So in here, fluid buildup. There's a lot of moisture in there. Of course, I see normally I wouldn't have shown one like this on camera, but of course I have to give myself a challenge for everybody to be watching. Snip this here, don't panic, they're big scissors, but they work great.
Hey Latina, we're still here.
Yeah, I decided to move a little forward with this one here. A little concerned about certain things with it. And that's where those veins are starting to go to. Alright. So, not too bad there though.
Are those its legs? Those yellow?
No, that yellow is byproduct and some other things that are in the egg. Well, I hope it will be as well. As we go on here, it continues to look worse and worse and worse. People asking to co-host. We do not co-host, sorry. Now, on. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Not good.
Alright. So you think you're moving ahead? Fall back a little bit more.
Do you mind? Is your voice okay to recap what's wrong?
Yeah, it's just veins. Still waiting for it to pull back a little bit. I was going to pull some more of the membrane and shell off, but you know, we're bumping into more veins here. And now we're dealing with a lot of moisture in the egg. It's just getting to be a lot of little things wrong that we don't want to keep continuing doing it. So it's just a lot of little issues with this one. If you break that vein, yeah, that could be it. Thank you for the follows.
Thanks, handmade by God.
So I'm gonna give it a little bit more space up here. I'm gonna continue up here. If I can get a little more room around its face, I'm gonna give it a little more movement up here.
Yeah, he's
it's in there.
definitely loud.
It's talking. It's a talker. So that's about the only thing healthy about it right now.
It's got some lungs.
Okay, hold on, because I'm not doing any interaction here with anything. TikTok gave me a puzzle piece that I have to interrupt what I'm doing. Hold on a second. Let me fix this puzzle piece that TikTok gave me to do. All right. So TikTok now knows we're here. Oh boy.
So Tiff is asking for a recap. She doesn't understand what's going on.
Stuck in the shell because it tried to hatch and is not ready to hatch. So we're just buying more time, trying to let it heal up, get its veins absorbed, and so on. So, there we go. See the vein right there? That's attached to the main part of the body of the chick where basically its belly button would be. And we have some vein over here yet. So, it is a big problem to have veins like that, because if you break through that vein, they bleed out.
Well, the veins start external, but then
No,
they absorb.
no.
Okay.
Hold on. So the layers of the membrane in the egg, so you have the shell, you have this membrane, and you have the thinner one. This thinner one, inside where all the chick is, has the veins running up through the egg. So that, being like that, is always outside of the chick's body while it's in the egg growing. And when it's ready to hatch, all those veins get absorbed into its body, and that little spot closes up. It's kind of like a belly button. So this just did not absorb all them yet.
Okay.
And I'm going to be done with this one right now because I'm worried about the spot down here that it's at. Just give me a second. I'm not going to answer anything. I'm just going to do this quick and get it back in.
Yeah, it is cool.
So now I'm going to set it a little differently as well in the incubator. I'm not going to lay it on its side this time. This time I'm going to try and keep it sitting up. It's all that fluid that's in there. Stay sitting up.
Okay, questions when you're ready.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Go ahead.
Is this a quail egg?
No, this is chicken egg.
And it's a barnyard mix?
This is a mix of an Iam Samani with a well summer.
And is this a common occurrence?
No, this is very uncommon. This is something, usually at this stage, if this happens, which is very rare, this is like, for us, it's been about 1 out of 100 that gets stuck in the egg, which is usually not a big deal. We fix it very easily, but this one here is a very rare occurrence where they start hatching, and then they end up having all the blood vessels absorbed. This one is not absorbed all its blood vessels and still has one main blood vessel still attached. So I have to be very careful of that and not get it nicked. Kath, I don't know. This is something that normally is already done long ago. This has been going for 3 days now. yeah, Nicole, they do. So all the other ones, they all hatched out. What are we looking at? Today is Saturday?
Today's Sunday.
Oh, today's Sunday? Okay, let me get my timeline straightened out here. They all started on Wednesday, and were all hatched out by Thursday. This one, and one of the other ones, obviously didn't hatch out. So one of the other ones, same issue, but already absorbed all the vein, all the egg yolk, everything. So that one is the one that I showed you earlier. So this one should have been out at one point in time, like 3 days ago. So from 3 days, it should have been out. This is just something that genetic wise is what happens. It's nothing, you know, that can be really something that's going to be solved. It just, I've hatched thousands and thousands and thousands of chicks. I've never had one go like this. So it's not something that is a common occurrence or something that they're going to look into fixing.
Were you able to get the other one out? That's the one you showed.
Yeah,
before, right?
I showed the other one.
Okay.
It is out. It's doing really well. It's drinking. It's got a little friend. It's happy. So no problem there.
Do we know why this happens?
I already explained that.
Okay.
It shouldn't be that much of a late bloomer. This is now day 24. So it's something that should have been, even a late bloomer should have been done and out. Chances of survival, the more it goes, slim. You know, you look at it and you think, oh, just take it out of the shell. You can't do that. You just can't do anything else. If you take it out of the shell, you hit that vein that it's got attached, and it's done. It will pass. So we're just buying a time. In a other scenarios, hatcheries and things like that, this one would have just been tossed off to the side. So, but as I said, as long as they fight and they want to survive, they have the will to survive, I'm going to try everything I can for it. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, I mean, time is money for hatcheries. And yes, absolutely, Nicole. No matter what you do, I don't care if you have all the technology in the world, all the medicine in the world, there's some things that unfortunately you just can't fix. This one here is one of those that I'm worried that it's not going to be one that you can save. It unfortunately, it happens. You just do what you can, fix what you can. 1 in thousands is not bad at all. And I appreciate it. I try everything I can. It is very active still. Very surprising. If you look close enough here, I'll show you this spot right there. You can see it breathing. If you watch, it's talking. The whole egg shakes. It's breathing that well. It's rocking back and forth.
Good sign, yes, Tiff.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has some good strength to it. It's unfortunate that it didn't just pop out and be a great, strong, healthy chick, but unfortunately, this is what happened. What would we need to happen for its chances to increase? That it would absorb the blood vessels that are in there and come out of the shell. As soon as it comes out of the shell, hopefully its chances will increase. But sometimes, again, ones that are healthy and hatch out of the shell do really well getting out. Sometimes they come out of the shell, lay down, and pass. And again, for whatever reason, things just happen. It's the way nature is. It's that way in the animal world. It's that way in the human world. Sometimes you just don't know. I don't call this one shrink wrapped. It never really had the chance to be shrink wrapped. It just hasn't absorbed everything in. Shrink wrapping is a bit different, where this whole membrane will start pulling away from the eggshell and squeeze the chick. So we're going to give this one a few more hours to work on that blood vessels. It should have a long time ago absorbed all that inside, but of course hasn't done so yet.
That's a good way to describe it, Fiona.
I mean, it's kind of like that. The whole egg is like the inside of a woman. The fluid in there helps the baby move around. So yeah, it's slightly that way. So I mean, you kind of think about it in a few different ways. If you think about it that way, you know, because there's the whole debate whether there's life inside there or not. Does it start when born? Does it start when hatched? When does that life start? And you know, big debates you can have on it. Yes, this is a chicken. Yes. That, you know, of course I'm not a scientist or an expert on it, but when you have, I'm going to make it gross for everybody, when you have eggs in the morning and that white part of the egg is in the shell, it is a very thick fluid that helps the chick move around inside there. It's what helps. You got to have that balance right for them to do the hatching. But yeah, it's a lot like that.
I agree, Deanna. It's a talker.
I mean, we have the rule here with the eggs. If we find a hen that decides it's going to hide a clutch of eggs, and we see she goes broody, so if we find her, and we candle the eggs, look inside, and see if there's any life in it. Our rule is, if it has a heartbeat, it goes in the incubator, and then we hatch it. If it doesn't have a heartbeat, then I don't feel bad tossing it. And usually a heartbeat is within days.
Definitely amazing to watch it go from an egg to a little chick.
Yeah. So within 4 days, that heartbeat starts. That's my consideration of where that life started, and that is not a political spot. That is not anything going against what anybody else is saying. That is just that's our rule. That's what we do here. That has to do with this egg. How many chickens do we have? Between
100,000?
between 600 to 1,000. You make that sound rough every time.
I can't believe it. Every time.
No, not sorry. No, you're not. I wasn't talking about rough for you. Every time I say the number of how many we have,
I can't believe it.
the missus over here kind of groans. She's the one that I said that makes it sound rough, not you,
More
Tiff.
and more.
I don't mind that question because the number changes all the time.
It does.
Read or sell, yeah, no problem. Ask questions. Happy to answer anything. We are breeder hatcher. We do sell local, so a lot of people come in, buy chicks. We also raise them for people who want egg layers. So we hold on to them until we're 100% sure that they are pullets, and then we'll sell them at that time. So unlike hatcheries, where if they have a male chick hatch, and I'm not knocking anybody, but we don't toss that little one out. We raise that male until almost a year old. And then at that point, if we don't find a home for it in between that amount of time, they do become food. So we do sell them here for food, and we do also use them for food for ourselves. So versus a hatchery, they still get to have a better life. So where hatchery will take those male chicks and day one out of hatch, they'll toss them. And yes, we do process ourselves.
Latina, you don't want to see
Oh
me.
God,
I'm still in pajamas.
if you saw my face a couple weeks ago, I am so sorry. That was a very big accident. Well, thank you for that, Community Crown. I'm sorry, what was that? The real Diana Law. Thank you again. Alright, I don't have my glasses on. It's not always easy to read the names. The chat part comes up bright, and I can see that easy enough, but the names are usually a little tougher.
Do you process yourself?
Yep, that's what I just answered.
Oh, sorry.
The fear of processing, I get it. The hardest part is ending the life, which that in itself it takes a lot of, I don't know, it's courage and a whole bunch of other things. It's a tough one to do, but yeah, we do it. And thank you again, Diana. Deanna? I'm sorry, I can't see it. Deanna Law. Okay, thank you again. That's what it is. It is tough to stomach. So a lot of people, the way they end the life, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of going in and, like going in to cut a tree branch off. You go in with the axe and just chop. Not a fan of that at all. That is, I'm sorry, a really bad way, in my opinion, to go. There are ways, if you take a spot on the neck, they go to sleep peacefully. It is a little bit nicer, in my opinion. Yeah, we do too, and that's why I said nothing can be named here. As soon as it gets a name, that's it. You can't do it. Again, so here's where my problem is with it. So everything, so like the broomstick and everything, everything you do except for the way I said with the cone and the just hitting that artery, everything says to me as far as studies go, we've studied it ourselves, those feathers will tighten up in the skin without feeling pain. The broomstick, the chop, the quick pop of the neck, when they get freaked out or scared, even the meat, it all tenses up and gets tighter. So those feathers, everything are harder to pull out. Doing it with the cone, as I say with the artery, the feathers are nice and loose. The meat is loose. It just doesn't get that same tightness in the body. So that's always my go-to. And it's kind of, and pretty much everybody on the planet, anybody that shaves their legs or shaves their face, you have a very sharp razor. I mean, if you have been cut by a sharp knife or a sharp razor, you know that in itself is so small of a feeling that sometimes you don't even know you cut yourself. the sharper the better. Now, if you cut yourself with a serrated knife, that hurts like hell. A steak knife, all of it, it hurts. But if you have something that is razor sharp, you kind of do not feel it. So that is the thought of it. If you hit it just right, it's perfect, and they go to sleep. That's why I like that way so much better. I don't know why it feels so warm in this house today.
I'm hot.
I know, but it's
Hot flashes.
but it's 74. It's a lot colder than it normally is for you. So just so you know.
I'm gonna get ready for the gym.
Yep. So yeah, Nicole, it's different ways in how you think about it. It's kind of a little harder to do it the way I'm saying, just because you're right up there and a little more personal. But the nice way to think about it is, if you're not buying it from the grocery store and you have it your own, you know the great life that it had versus that horrible life that those store birds had. So you support your own way of growing. It helps a lot. A lot of respect goes into it, and it's a tough thing. I don't fault anybody for not being able to do it. It is very tough to do. I mean, you can call it that if you want to, but yeah, we're talking about processing the animal. No, I have not had store-bought chicken in over 5 years because it's disgusting. Why not, Kathy? Some people get offended by talking about things like this on here, and nobody's killing anything at this size. We're talking about adult birds and what we do when they become of age. I'm not doing anything at this. I'm saving the life of this one. If you stepped in at the wrong time, you know, I understand, but we're not doing that to this one. This is one I've been trying to save for the last 3 days. My belief is, so with any kind of meat, I am not a fan of veal, suckling pig, uh, and all that stuff. So everything in the baby form, I'm not a fan of for meat. Now, if that's what people go for, I'm not. I hate it, but whatever. I won't ever eat it. I want mine to have somewhat of a life. If it was chirping, yeah, I'd be able to hear it, but it's not right now. It's still seems to be resting. Yeah, if you look closely, you can still see the whole thing rocking back and forth. Very, very slight rocking back and forth, but I can still see it happening. But yeah, I mean, the store meat and all that. I'm no fan to anything grocery store meat wise. Yeah, same here. I learned. I remember as a kid, I had no idea what veal was, but we'd be served veal when we were kids, and it was like, oh my gosh, it was a treat. And then I learned what it was because my grandparents would take us to an ice cream place that made their own ice cream. They had cows, they had the babies that outside that you could pet them and interact with, and best ice cream probably in the world. So we'd go there, and I remember somebody was there asking. There was a kid asked his parent. I'm guessing it was his parent. Uh, why or what was that animal? And the dad said veal. He's like, that's where veal comes from. And I'm like, instantly, I'm like, maybe 8 years old, and I was a farmer kid. I didn't know what veal was. We didn't raise veal on our farm. As soon as I heard that, 2 and 2 started finally adding up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I cannot have that ever again. So yeah, it was a dead stop on that one. All right, so I think we're going to sit like this for a few more hours. I did say in about 3 more hours. No, 2.5 now. I do believe I'm going to work on this one coming out all the way. And the other part is I do have to get this incubator cleaned out. Let's see, tomorrow I think. Let me look at my dates here. I do have another hatch getting ready to go back in here. Let's see, calendar. Yeah, I have another hatch that I got to put in here in a few days. Thanks for stopping in, Nicole. Glad you're here to watch and chat. I'm probably going to end the live on here, but I will keep the live on YouTube going. So if you go onto there at all, we are the same name as here. We are Short Valley Farm on that as well. So if you want to keep watching and check in that time till I come back, you can watch that over there. This is a chicken. Let's get this moved in a little bit better. Okay, if there's any more questions, go ahead and ask before I jump off of here. If there are no more, we will work on coming back in a few hours. So it is now 7:27, so 7:30 our time. 2.5 hours I will come back on. So that will be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2.5 hours. In the meantime, if anybody wants to jump over on the other platform and watch, it is the same name as here, Short Valley Farm. Look for us on there. You can watch the live. I will have the live muted, but it will still be on and you can see what's happening. If we're lucky, this will pop out on its own. As you can see, it's still moving around and doing things. So keep an eye there, or we hope to see you shortly. Alright, everyone, thank you for joining. Thank you for all the comments, all the following, and everyone that sent gifts. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate y'all. We will see you shortly. Alright, over here on YouTube, I'm going to get you all straightened out for being able to watch this here. Let's see if we can get a good spot here. I want to get close enough everybody can see without it being too blurred. Alright. How's that angle for everybody? Does that look good? Alright, if I don't get a comment, I'm going to say that that looks good. Alright, going muted. I will see everybody back in about 2.5 hours. Okay, and we are back. Get set up here on the TikTok side. Okay, let's hope this little one is ready. I know I am. Get this set up here on TikTok. Okay. We'll get that rolling. Wait for everybody to show up over there. Still moving, still sounds good. So hopefully this is going to be time. Yeah, I did make it through the night. We did one check earlier this morning, about 4 hours ago. Still wasn't ready to go. I pulled a little more shell off. We're still dealing with a vein in there that we're following up on again. So, keeping some fingers crossed, hoping things look better than it did 3 hours ago. I'll give a few extra minutes here for some of the people that were following along to join. I don't want to get started too quick because I get into it. 5 minutes later, somebody comes in and asks what happens. Yeah, I'm glad it made it through the night. So, glad everything's still going. I mean, it's hoping for the best. Morning, Glory. How are you doing today? Oh, not too bad. Just hoping we get somewhere with this little one. Yeah, it's been moving pretty good. Thank you for the Go Popular. Thank you for the heart knees and the check-ins. Turn that down so I don't get echo. Well, you're probably not going to get to see this one hatching out of the egg. This is a special needs chick that's happening right now. This has been messing around for a few days. All the other ones that were in here hatched out over 2 days ago. I think we're on the, actually 3 days ago now. So this one's just trying to get it to come out and be okay, which it's getting to be more and more highly unlikely that's going to come out and be okay, but we're going to try. We're going to do everything we can for it. So I'm going to get situated here and move cameras around, because we are also streaming on YouTube. Want to make sure everybody over there gets to see as well. So we'll do our best here to have everyone be able to view it. So I just got to get some real good angles on for everyone. Alright, let's see what we got happening here. Now you can hear it still talking. Of course, now it wants to stop. There we go. Still talking. We're just going to see how things look. This is the part where we were worried about with the veins and everything else down here on this end. Started filling up with too much fluid. We were having issues there. Alright, so I hadn't the veins over here yet. So that one, and let me make it a little more wet again. It does look better. Of course, looks better. It's not wiggling around like it's trying to get out yet. That's what I really want to see, because I want to see this thing trying to wiggle and act like it wants to come out. So the one on the bottom here, this is the spot right, well, it's hard to see it. Let me turn more light on here. Put this light on here on this side as well. So the vein right now is, look at it again, it's getting harder to see, which is good. Right in here. So that vein is pretty much where I want it to be. That white you're seeing is a wrinkle in the membrane.
Okay.
So what I'm looking at is a little thin vein right here. That's the only one that would concern me, which that one right there doesn't concern me at all anymore. One that I'm still slightly concerned about.
We have a question from Dustin.
Let me finish here.
Oh, sorry.
The one I am slightly still concerned about is over here on this side, which that one's a lot better than it was earlier today as well. So let's see over here on YouTube. Try and show the best I can there, right in here, this area. Okay, question.
Questions. What kind of bird?
Chicken?
And where's the head?
Okay, so right in here, this area is where its head is at. This area here is its butt.
Can't really see. Okay. That's the butt.
Yep.
And then if you flip it over, it's the
Butt and its head.
Okay.
So when they're sitting in here like this, their body, so it would be facing this way, from their butt up to the abdomen, and then the head comes up and curls down, and it turns upside down and tucks underneath the wing. All that fluid I was worried about is now already out, so we're good there. This part of the membrane, this piece of shell is coming off. Let me turn that a little bit more. This part of the shell is coming off, so I am going to break that off of here. And I'm okay with everywhere around here coming off as well. I just don't want to take too much off. You take too much off and then you're drying it out more than you want to. But still looking good. Still slightly worrisome, but it is tearing itself out a little bit more. It's just not in a good spot with this vein. So that vein there is just a little more than I would want to deal with at the moment. But everything with this egg is really starting to break off.
I know, we are like the chicken neonatal unit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're stressed watching. I'm stressed enough doing. I mean, even though I do this all the time, it's not easy. There are just things that you want to be careful of. And I'll tell you, a lot of people would just grab this and rip it out, and that's when you end up with one that's unalived. All right. I'm going to.
Can I ask a question first?
If you do something for me right after.
Yes.
All right.
What kind of bird? We know chicken.
Chicken.
What's the
It is
breed?
a mixed breed of I am Samani and a Welsummer.
What do you name it?
2 Q-tips. When they rip them out, oh my gosh, I've seen way too many videos of people doing that. And then they're like, oh, look how good it's doing. And I can already tell that that little one has passed because of what they did. And they're trying to make it look good. It's horrible. Horrible. There's a couple on here that are really stressing me out as live creators that are hatching right now. They have been doing some really horrible things, and unfortunately people are really tuned in watching them.
I'm gonna head to the gym. Bye. Good
Alright,
luck.
have fun. See you shortly. Love you. See you when you get back. Alright. They've been reported, but the unfortunate part is there's really nothing they do about it, just because they say there's no animal abuse or anything like that because they don't know what they're looking at. Yeah, I mean, I've seen, they were, just the other week, they were hatching out ducks. And they didn't even know what breed ducks they were. They were just guessing. And the unfortunate part is they ripped them out of the shell way too soon. I've not seen any updates on the ducks either, so I'm guessing something happened to them, of course. So here I'm just taking right in this area where it might be stuck a little bit. And I am going to carefully wet that down. I don't want to get any water in where the mouth is because you can drown it that way as well. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Unfortunately, with people doing things that they're doing that they don't even know what they're doing. They're doing it. They think they're doing the right thing by just taking them out of the shell like that. But they're unfortunately not, and they don't want to listen to anybody. Yeah, I try to be as kind as I can to them. And let's see. Well, it's doing pretty good with some sound. And this is the one I did stop yesterday, messing with it a little bit more today. Kind of agitating it a little bit, making sure it knows still being worked on. It's like brothers and sisters would do to it. Pick at it a little bit, just make it fight a little bit harder. But I think it is so close to being ready. Let me show you here where we're at. This is the veins that I'm still slightly worried about. Not too much right now. I'm thinking they may be separated and be in a different spot. I'm going to keep trying to pull a little bit more off. I'm going to go slow with this, and I'm going to hope I get this one out of here. So I'm going to hope I get it out now. I hope. If I have to, I'm going to stop. So we're just going to go. I'm going to try a little bit around its little spot up here. And sorry again to the people there on YouTube. It's really hard for me to give you a good angle when I'm right-handed like this. Get this paper towel under it and give it a little better cushion than my hand. I just flung more shells everywhere. Yeah, Betty, if I do just grab and peel it out, you're looking at a big risk of hitting a vein that's in there and having a bleed out. So I'm not able to hit every one of the questions and comments here. I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm doing, and I don't want to miss anything, but I do have to pay attention to what I'm doing as well. So I thank everybody that's here that also helped with the comments right now. So right now, I'm just going to work around this spot where it pecked out, which is called the pip. Did this 3 days ago, and it was a little more anxious than it should have been. It didn't even spin itself around to the right side before it did it. And I'm going to hope that everything is good around where the mouth is. You don't want to use too much water. Get too much in there, and you drown them. I think we're good there with the veins. I'm not worried about the veins up here anymore. We're doing this to try and save its life, try and give it some extra time to be able to come out of the shell without any of the veins being cut or severed. And if it's stuck in here, I want to make sure that it's getting the best chance that it has at survival. Get some more light in here a second. Hold on, I'm going to take this away for a second. I just need to take a peek. So, it's hard to see here. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the light around, and I can look inside that whole membrane and see if there's any veins or anything like that. So I want to make sure when I pull this membrane off to get to its face that I'm not making it bleed out. So that's why I'm taking it away from the camera right now. So we're just making sure we don't see anything. And it's easier if it's a little bit darker. So I'm going to check this a little bit back here next to me. And what? we are good. So all the veins up around here have shrank down. There's nothing up here I'm worried about. Let's see if we can see this little one's face at least. Let's see what's happening. See if we can get something. Hey man, where are you at? Chip away here a little bit more. So all we're doing is watching for veins. And I looked up through there, so I know we're good. I know all that's fine. Alright, come here, you. There's a foot. So after all that messing around, it then looks as though it flipped itself back over the proper way. And is working on coming out there. No, it didn't flip itself over the right way. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the egg wrong. Here, let's see your face. Here. Let's see it. That's the face. Alright, I am still going to be working on this very slowly. It is very weak. But at least we are a step closer here. Alright. Everybody, can you please quit asking to join? I'm sorry, I'm not going to be letting anybody join in on the chat. Not doing battles and all that right now, I'm sorry. Let's see. That vein is there, so that vein is the one I'm worried about way back there. You see, it's all nice and clear. No veins to worry about up through here. Alright. And now this one's starting to get cold now again. Let me work on this one. Tear it down here. Now, even if there wasn't veins that we were worried about, you're still going to want to go super slow, just because there could be a spot that is stuck with its fluff and all that, and you don't want to injure any of that. Stuck back there. Some little feathered feet. Where's your head? I always like the head to come out first, because you get the head out of there, you get a nice view of the inside of the egg further down, see where things are at as well. Now, this one's going to be very lethargic right now because it is cold. Sure, it's nice if they hatch on their own, but if they don't hatch on their own, somebody's got to do it. Let me look here. Let me get the rest of this shell off you. Oops. Sorry over there, YouTube. Kicking you around. Okay. You know what? Yeah. My hand is very warm. I'm going to let it lay in my hand for a little bit. And I think we are good where we're at here. One vein that's down here. Let's see here. Yeah, see, there's still a little bit of the veins there. That's the only one I would be worried about anymore, but I'm not even concerned about that now that we're out. We want to make sure more of, just like where this chick's at, it's now going to need some vitamins. It's time for some nutrients. There we go. Now, still, I know this looks really gross, and I know it's going to be gross to a lot of you, and it is kind of gross, but it is better for it to be in my hand and get warmer than it is the paper towel and all that. So this is a chicken. This is a mixed breed of who knows what. Looks like it's got a little bit of silky mix in it. Now, I am going to work on giving it a little bit of vitamins, a little boost here. It's another spot we have to worry about, and because we want to make sure that it's able to eat, drink. Because if not, you end up choking the poor thing. We don't want to do that after all that hassle that we've worked on and hoping to save it and turn around and choke it with some vitamins. It would really, really suck for everyone and this poor little one. Alright, a little bit of drop on the beak. And see if it sucks it up. Oops, there you go. Alright, thank you for sharing that live, Glory, and everyone else. But yeah, here we are. We're out. Now, vitamins at this point are going to be the main thing that this gets. I'm going to give it a couple drops of this vitamin. Some people really argue with me about this vitamin that I use. Now, everybody's like, oh, you don't want to use that kind of vitamin. It has iron in it. Well, iron is, too much iron on given to chickens can be dangerous. You can OD on iron. But the main makeup of blood, your blood needs iron. Even chickens. You just got to be careful how much you give. Okay. There we go. There's that drop. There you are. I am not going to name this little one anything. One, still very unsure that it's going to make it. So right now I'm going to try and keep it a little warm with my hand because it's a little bit better for it than putting it back in the incubator. No, don't want to give it water yet. Well, don't tell people to do things that it shouldn't be done. It's not time for water. It has to have some vitamins here and get its energy and strength before it can do all the watering and such. So we are going to let this one rest a little bit again in the incubator. I'm going to lay a paper towel down in here. It's still going to be damp. I'm going to give it a little time to warm up. Once I put it back in there, I'm going to give it some time. I'm going to hold this one a little bit. It's always good for them, if they're weak, to give them a little bit of attention, makes them feel safe. But I want to warm it up slowly, because it is really cold right now because of the paper towel and all the dampness and everything. Good idea to warm them up slowly before you just throw them back in and warm them up too fast. It's kind of like if you have somebody that falls in ice water, frozen pond. If you warm them up too quickly, you can hurt them. No, this is from one of my chickens. Okay, so hopefully this little fighter continues to fight. Yeah, come on, let's get a little more vitamin in you. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Be careful on how much we give. Don't want to choke too much down there. Nice. Right, I think we got some nice body heat going to it. I think it feels good. Glory, I buy them, if you go through my bio and up on the link tree, you can hit on Amazon. I have it marked up there on the Amazon stuff. So it's like between $6 to $8 depending on the prices. But yeah, this is what I use for everything. This is what I use for, as you see, the new hatch on up to the adult birds if I need to. And I will tell you, I have never had a problem with overdosing on this vitamin. I've given chicks this big 10 drops, no problem. And it works really well for wryneck. And here, I'll show you what's in it if you can see this. So the main thing for the riboflavin is the riboflavin for the wryneck. And then you can also add like selenium because, vitamin E, but this has vitamin E and all that. So I like using it. It's so much easier than trying to shove other vitamins into their mouth, that a gel or something like that. Thank you for the heart me. Thank you everyone for the follows. Again, if you want to watch this chick, I'm going to be putting it in the incubator, and I'm going to be letting my YouTube stream run. If you want to keep an eye on it while it's in the incubator, you'll be able to pop in and see it over the next couple hours. I will let that camera on. I will probably have it muted, but you'll be able to watch it at least. If you go over, we're the same name on there, YouTube, Short Valley Farm. Watch the live there, and keep an eye on the little one. We'll see how it does. Hopefully everything works out well. I'm hopeful, but we still have to keep the reality of it's very weak, and hopefully we'll bounce back. So I would keep the live going on here, but unfortunately TikTok does not allow that kind of thing, because the 24-hour or non-stop, few hours here and there, they usually shut that down. They say there's no interaction, but even when I have interaction going, they still ask me to do the puzzle piece. Yeah, it's moving around. It's getting some energy moving, so we'll see how things are here. You can always get a bag. Use a bag, kind of like people pick up dog poop. Or if you have a pair of tongs that you cook with, maybe a spatula you're not worried about, you can use that. Well, thanks for watching, Jody. I mean, I'm happy to show what I can here. Very happy. And people asking to join co-hosting, I'm sorry, not happening. I'm a bit busy with things and talking, and don't want to have to work around you. Yeah, it's not just about the bird not fighting. It's not really the only thing. It had a bunch of blood vessels. It didn't develop properly in the amount of time that it was supposed to. There's a whole slew of things that didn't quite pan out for it. It's definitely a little one that needed a lot of help. But we'll go over on the YouTube one and watch it for a bit. Yeah, there was a little over a dozen that hatched over 3 days ago. Centrifuge depends on how into hatching you are. Are you planning on doing a lot, like hundreds a year, or just a few here and there? So we do our business incubators, or what I suggest if you're looking for a good incubator. No, Glory, didn't seem to have anything whatsoever. Nothing wrong with feet, nothing wrong with anything. Everything looks perfect. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of really surprised that nothing was out of the ordinary. I honestly, when I first cracked the bottom of it down there, I expected to see major amounts of egg yolk and other issues, but nothing by what I could see. The vein comes from when you're incubating. There's veins that run all through the egg, and they go down into what is basically like the umbilical cord. All that stuff gets absorbed into its body before hatch. So this one just didn't absorb everything. The one that I was very concerned about last night and the entire time, it shrunk down, and honestly, I look here, see, I believe that is a lot of the remnants of the umbilical and all that stuff that happened. Dry hatching is all good, living in high humidity like that. Just make sure that you don't dip too low on that humidity, because even dry hatch at times needs humidity. Let me see here. Go through the night. I noticed the first one. Yeah, Heartland. A lot of times the other ones that are in with it will help it and encourage it a little bit more. That's why I don't mind like teasing it a little bit while it's coming out of the shell. Kind of picks it up and boosts its energy. Kind of keeps it moving a little bit. Well, we'll see, Tanya. I didn't think the little guy was going to make it the last 3 days, but the little thing is a fighter, so I'm not going to say it's going to make it. I'm definitely not going to say it is. My fingers are crossed the whole entire time. We're hoping for the best. And Katie, yet she is here. We're hoping for the best, like I said, on this one. Breathing, it's nice and relaxed. We'll see what happens here. I'm not going to mess with it too much now. All I'm going to do from here on out is... no, Flag, I'm not going to do that. How do you know it's in misery? Explain to me. What shows misery? It's sleeping and resting right now? So right now what I'll do is every now and then bring it out, give it some vitamins. No, it's literally not a vegetable. You're wrong about that. It's a live chicken. So, you know. Oh, look, it moved. Oh my gosh, now what? Come on, Flacco. Yep, that's what I thought. Pay attention to your vegetables, because if you're eating vegetables and they're moving, shame on you. should watch when you go in somebody's live and things you say, because just because you see a bit part doesn't mean you're right. So, yeah, everybody, I mean, like I said, the little one is a fighter. The little one has some strength. The little one, I hope, my fingers are crossed, that this little one proves most of us wrong and fights it out. And I hope it proves me wrong, because I feel, like I said, the last 3 days, I really didn't think it was even going to make it this far. So, it's a little bit in between, and I am actually going to add more water to it here in a second. I want to keep it wet because I don't want it sticking to anything. So yeah, I'm adding some moisture to it. I'm looking for my cup. I'm going to add some moisture to it as we speak. That's not the cup I want. So I'm just going to use my spray bottle. Use my spray bottle and take the lid off. The little one with all the stuff on its behind, gotten any better. Is that the one I showed yesterday? Here, little one. Come here. Come here. Come here. Right there. Stay there. This incubator is going to beep. I'll reset it as soon as I'm done here. Okay. Just enough to keep it from sticking on there. Yeah, as long as this little one's fighting, we're fighting with it as well. Morning, Sue. At the beach. He's loving your geese and chickens. That is awesome. Glad she's enjoying them. Hope you have fun at the beach. My beach days, I believe, might be over. I'm no longer interested in going. I've done enough in my younger days. Alright, this little one is fighting. I'm going to get the one out where it was with this one before. I'm going to show that one. Let's see. Nope, this one. Alright, chirping is a great sign. It's got some energy moving around. I think it hears its friend that was in there with it. So, I'm going to move the cameras here again a little bit. I'm going to show, get these two together a little bit. Maybe that'll help boost up some energy. See what happens. So this is the one that was in the other egg that was in the incubator with this one. You look at them, I mean, they know each other. I mean, they can talk to each other while they're in the egg. So, they do know the sounds. And then the other one here, I'll show you this one here. This one here, I was very worried about. This was just about done and out. This is the one, so you see all the mess inside the incubator there, that yellow and dark and all that nastiness. That came from that little black one. This one had the egg yolk that didn't absorb break. Beep one or two more times here. So it is doing better. It's drinking on its own. It's getting its own little drink there, which is fantastic. Yesterday it couldn't walk. It was laying on its side. Now it's up, getting some water on its own. See, right in there, got a little drink. So, like I said, I don't give up on them. An animal will show you when it's done and doesn't have that fight in it anymore, or that drive. But until then, I will fight with them every minute I can. I try everything I can there. But, I appreciate the compliments. Now, we're going to hope that the brother or sister there will bounce up and feel a little bit better. Got the same vitamins that these guys got that are boosting up energy. Now, you guys are going to get a little food today sometime too. Yeah, we'll give you a little bit of food in there, and hope you go for that. Easy little one. You like to be held, don't you? Yeah, I know you do. That little one is thirsty. Thank you, Jess. Thanks for watching. I get told by all the quote unquote real farmers that I'm just wasting my time doing what I do. Just, like they say, take the vegetable and put it out of its misery. I'm sorry, I will not do that. If they need it, we would humanely euthanize if we need to. I do not, as long as they fight. As long as they have that spark of life, I do everything I can. And I know I've been made fun of plenty of times by, as I said, the real farmers. But I don't care. I don't mind. Man, let me see you. Let me see you. Make sure everything's good with you. I was just looking over this little black one. Just make sure everything looks where it's supposed to be. Everything is good. Absolutely no thanks needed. I'm happy to do what I can. I mean, these guys are this is what we do here. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do any of it. So sometimes we get like these special needs and things like that. We have some people, if I can't take the time once they get a little bit older, we do have people that once I know they're stable and healthy, I will let them have them and raise them because they're good people, and I know they'll get the best care they can. Well, thank you, Jess. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the people I'm talking about, I had a duck that had a bill on the top, all smushed back and off to the side. And for me to take the time with that duck and care for it through all its life would have taken so many hours that I wouldn't have time for. So gave that one to a friend that took care of it, had plenty of time. So if I feed that bird, so that duck that had the problem, it needs special time to be able to eat and get all the food that it needs. And it took over a half hour plus for it to eat in time to get full. So all the other ducks would jump in there and take all the food before it had enough time to eat. And for me to set it off to the side, take over a half hour, which then ends up being 2 times a day plus. So you're looking at an hour to 2 hours of time taking care of it. So we have friends, they can take them, they do well, so I'm happy with it. So yeah, that duck is with them still. I hear some stories every now and then, and I did see a video or two of them having a good time with the duck, and everything's good. So if we don't have the ability to do it once they're older, we try and find people that do. Oh, here's more chicks. So these guys, these are fine. I just have them in. I'm trying to figure out a special spot for them. Thank you, Insight. How you doing today? Trying to find a special spot for them because they are going to be around for a while. Yeah, as I said, they're special birds. What makes them special? They came from my favorite hen that we just lost the other day, so I want to make sure these guys are around and get a little bit more friendly. So I want them to be as good as their mother was. Thank you. Unfortunately, it happened, and we have to continue to move on and take care of everybody else. So, here you go. Yeah, this one here. This one is such a cute little one. Heartland, the amount of vitamins, I'll probably give another dose, probably give 2 more doses today. I want to try and give them at least 2 drops of that vitamin each time, so 2 drops 3 times a day. Unless it perks up, gets moving around, and can eat, drink on its own, then I'll just put some vitamins in their water. So like this one here has maybe 3-4 drops in their water, and they can drink it freely. So if that one gets to do it, that's what we'll do. That basket comes with our incubator. It's just one I put together that I keep in the incubator so they can survive in there for a while, just to make sure, like a little intensive care unit kind of thing. You guys are so cute. Tired from a stressful hatching and tired from all the problems that it had during the hatching. So, it hopefully is going to be okay. Hopeful. We'll keep an eye on it. I have high hopes, but reality says that probably still is in very critical condition. So this one here, who knows when it wants to start eating food, we'll have to monitor if it gets up and gets moving. We'll hope that it does, but no idea. But from when they hatch, they can wait up to 72 hours before they need food or water. And that's from the second they come out of the shell. Well, I'm sure it appreciates that prayer. I know we do. We're all doing that, crossing our fingers, and at times I have my toes crossed. If it's really hard to say if this one's going to stand in any time at all. The little bit of vitamins I gave it perked it up a little bit. First, what we'll probably do is after the vitamins. So I'll give it vitamins, and then if it does start showing that it wants to stand and move around, I will get some pure maple syrup, not sugar maple syrup, pure maple syrup, the good stuff, and I will mix a couple drops in some water, and I give that for a little bit of an energy boost, give it a little glucose boost, and I'll do that for a little bit just to get the energy that it needs. Let me move this. It looks like it wants to keep picking its head up. The ones that I fight for and help pull through, do I get attached? Uh, yeah, I do. But I get attached to all of the birds. There's times it's really tough for me to sell some of them. It's tough for me to hand some to the people that I know are going to take care of them really well. It's tough. It is a tough thing to do. And ones like this, what I enjoy the most is when they make it, they pull through. And we just had this with some white leghorns. I hatched, what was it, 70 white leghorn, and one had an issue. And people were watching, of course, and they asked me the week after how that chick was doing. And I said, I have no idea. I said, that chick went in with all the other ones, and I honestly do not know which one it is. And they thought that bothered me. I said, no, that part of it makes me happy, because if I don't know which chick that is, that means that chick is doing so well and is so healthy that I don't have to worry about it anymore. So that's the part I enjoy the most. So it's a good, as you say, it's a good thing. That's what you want to see, and that's what makes me happy. So even any problems with any animals, I want to not know that's the one that it was, because that means we did the right thing to get it back to where it needs to be. And we get people, they comment all the time, oh, well, you should have a vet, you should take this one to the vet, make sure you care for it the proper way. You don't have vets. A lot of times the farm vets do not handle poultry at all. It's just, most vets don't want to handle birds. The thing with birds, and mostly with chickens, is it doesn't matter if that bird's healthy. The vet says chickens like to die. That's just what they do. And poultry, any kind of bird, just passes. And they're costly. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for that gift. Well, it's not a thing where it works having vets. So if you do have a vet, they are expensive. So this chick here, a vet would have looked at me and just went, what do you want me to do? They wouldn't have done anything. What, am I supposed to take this chick to a vet so the vet can do the exact same thing I just did, or not do anything with it at all? Spend $500 on that chick? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. Thank you for the donut, Sensei. So, not only that, my farm vet who comes in takes care of our dogs, goats, the pig, the larger animals, the cats. She doesn't take care of the birds. She just does not want to. Thank you for that donut, Justin. So she showed me certain things on what to do. So she gave me a little tutorial on what to do on, like our goat one time broke its leg. Whatever vet told you that bug? Oh, stop it! Stop! You don't stop. Oh, hogwash. Yes, there are avian vets, but you're not listening to the whole thing. Stop. Just stop. Anyway, spend $500 on a chick 20 times. It's not likely. Not going to happen. It doesn't work. Listen to the words. Anyway. So, the goat, he broke his leg, bouncing around, acting like an idiot or whatever he was doing. Broke his leg. She then shows me how to fix the leg. She's like, in case one of your chickens, this is what you want to do. You want to take care of it this way. So she showed me, and sure enough, wasn't 6 months later, we had one that got his leg stuck and broke his leg. That happened 2 years ago, and he's out there bouncing around and still doing well. A vet would not have come in and done that. Yeah, I mean, it's in general that it doesn't add up to fix the birds. So if we're dealing with, we're saying 1,000 birds right now with what we have here. 1,000 birds. Now, in general, those 1,000 birds, on average, because they're poultry, they are what happens to them. 10 of those in a year's time get sick. We'll just say 10. And we know that number is going to be a lot larger because they're chicken. $500 a bird. $5,000 for the year. You will not make that money back. So go find an avian vet. We're not talking about you. I have kikirikis. I have some of the most expensive chickens in the world here. Some of the rarest chickens you'll find. It's not about finding a vet. It is about cost, the vet, and caring for every single other animal as well. Am I going to go spend $5,000 on 10 birds, or am I going to make sure that $5,000 goes back to the majority of everybody and care for those 10 birds myself because I know what to do? Doesn't make sense. Thank you for that, Rose. And that was from Linda. Thank you. So, $5,000. Now we're broke. All the birds have to be processed for meat because we no longer have enough money to support the birds. So, now all 1,000 birds are gone. Where did that benefit anybody? So quit with saying you're special because you're going to take your birds to the vet. Good for you. We have birds that are pets. Pets. These are different than our farm birds. Will they get a vet visit? If there's something I can't do with it? Yes. I have at least 3 birds that guarantee will see the vet if they need it. If there's something that I can't do, yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you have a vet. I can guarantee you take your bird to the vet, I guarantee you I would keep that bird alive better than that vet would. I'm not, the vets don't care. Try and find a vet that actually cares. Exactly. It's not about how you feel, it's about, what you have to do for the majority, not just the one. I enjoy listening to them and showing and letting them know how ridiculous they can be. Alright, everybody is back away. No, I haven't trusted a vet since the last time they tried to steal my brother's dog and say it was dead. We're in Pennsylvania, a bit below Harrisburg. The other reason I don't trust the vet, this one is typically really good. Completely tried to take my brother's dog, because the vet Their assistant loved the puppy when they brought it in. And they said, oh yeah, we gave it shots and everything, and it didn't make it through. So there was a big lawsuit on that whole situation. Another reason why I have a hard time with vets is we have several cats here. Now, our farm vet was busy, so I went to another vet that I trusted. Great vet, but this cat had a major belly rash of sorts, and everything kept coming back to, oh, well, we need to test for cancer. We got to check for cancer. We really think this is cancer. We're going to put you through all these expensive tests because it really needs to be tested for all that, so we can catch it before, so we can put you on all these expensive medications and all these other expensive diagnostics. And I said, it's a rash. I think she's laying on her carpet while she's making herself wet while she's drinking. So I'm asking for like maybe a steroid or something to help fight the rash off. Oh no, we're very positive this is cancer. Okay. So I said, how about just giving me the steroid and maybe some cream or something to put on? Okay, but let's set you up for all this other diagnostics and other prices and other price gouging things. And got the steroid, got the cream, and the cat was fine in 2 days. That's one story. One killed your dog for 800 tooth extraction, kept it under. See? Absolutely. It is horrible. Horrible. So, anybody who wants to sit here and keep telling me how great vets are and why your animal needs to go to the vet, kiss it, you know? I'm sorry. I'm angry about it because people don't understand. Not angry, just, you know, you need to think about what you're saying to people. Know the story before you want to keep throwing things out. But yeah, my brother did get his dog back after a major threat by him because he was there, and they were upset about it, of course. You know, they're upset. The dog, they're just told their dog passed. And the dog heard my brother, and it started barking. And he goes, hey, that's my dog. I hear it. So, major lawsuit happened. That's all I'll say about it. Another situation, my cat, love my cat. He's like one of my best friends. He's a little jokester, little attitude friend. You know, those ornery cats that act the way they do just for fun. And he ended up having a problem with his mouth, and he was digging at his mouth every now and then and making it bleed. It was pretty gruesome. And when that happened, I thought, great, let me take it to another vet that's supposed to be really good. Take the cat to that vet, and oh, here we go with that C word again. Oh, that's cancer. Your cat has cancer in the mouth. It looks really bad. Your cat needs all this blood work, all this other medical, costly stuff to happen to it. So this is the second cat now, another cancer diagnosis without even being tested. They're pulling right at your heartstring right away. Cancer. I mean, everybody knows how bad cancer is. So right there's your heartstring saying, oh my God, my best friend is in trouble. And sure enough, oh, we can't look in his mouth. He won't let us look in his mouth. I said, well, let me show you his mouth. He'll let me. Nope. Can't have that happen here. If he bites you, you can sue us. Okay, whatever. So I said, honestly, I think he's got a bad tooth. That's all I think it is. No, absolutely not. Cancer will push that tooth out and make it bad. Yeah, all these stories, you guys, I see them. I'm reading them as I'm talking. I hear you. All of it. Total horrible situations going on now. We're just getting our pets medical is just as bad as getting our own medical now. It's, you know, $5,000 to go through some of these things. Come on. No, absolutely not. It's sad. So, my farm vet with this guy, he had just, well, our farm vet woman, great vet, comes in, and I said, hey, I think he's got a bad tooth, and explained how cancer could be, just because you think it's a tooth, it could still possibly be. And I said, oh, I know, it absolutely could be, but I don't want to be hearing that it's cancer right away. She goes, oh, I'm not going to say that. Let's take a look at his mouth. And she tried. He didn't let her. I said, well, let me try and open his mouth. And I showed her. I opened his mouth, and she goes, oh, my goodness, look at his tooth. That's horrible. What, a couple $100 later for a couple teeth getting extracted, and he's out here running around and being just as ornery as ever. So, yeah. I like Dutch, yeah. An online vet for prescriptions if you need. Nice. Well, the nice thing is about my farm vet, if I need a prescription, I just tell her, hey, I need this, and it's for either a meat animal or a pet. So if I say for a meat animal, then there's certain medications they can't give because you can't process certain animals after they've been given certain medications. So I just tell those things, and she goes, okay, I'll fill it out. Or sometimes she'll drop it off to me. Sometimes I have to run over and pick it up. One small monthly fee covers up to 5 pets. Online, you know what? I'm gonna tap that in there so I don't forget that one. And it's just called Dutch. Nice. Yeah, I put that in my phone. I am going to check that out. Yeah, I appreciate that one. They do televisits? Awesome. Well, I'm going to check that out because if I need, like have to skip the farm vet because she's too busy or something, I will definitely check that out. Thank you for that info. What we're watching is just a little one here. Trying to get some strength back, trying to get the energy that it needs to survive. Hopefully that'll happen. This is chicken. Excuse me. And that's another reason I like doing lives like this. So we get info back and forth to each other, get some good knowledge out there. It's not just about me telling you guys. You guys get to tell stuff too, so it helps other people. Yeah, little guy's trying to get a little bit of energy. So I think he's getting a little energy back. As it's getting a little bit warmer, I think it's doing a little bit better. So, yeah, I'm okay where it's at right now. Alright, I do hate to do this, but I do have some animals I have to get out and take care of. So, I am going to end the live on this spot on TikTok. Thank you for the follow. I hate to do that right now because I know we're in a good spot, but unfortunately, Well, not unfortunately. Fortunately, I have other birds out here that need attention as well. If you want to continue to watch live, I am going to leave it on over on YouTube. So anybody wants to check it out over there, go ahead and take a peek. Same name as here, the Short Valley Farm. Give a follow and a like over there. I would greatly appreciate it. Everybody, thank you very much for joining. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the tips. And thank you for the gifts that you gave. We appreciate you all. If good things happen later on, I will be back on here just to follow up on this little one. And hopefully, towards the end of this week, I will have more hatching to be able to show on this live. Does this shell look like cookies and cream? You know what? It wouldn't be bad if it's up, survives. We'll have to talk about that. All right. Have a great rest of your day if I don't see you. Thank you again, everyone. Okay, same thing over here on YouTube side. I'm going to rearrange the camera here for everybody to get to see better. And as I said, I will be shutting off the mic, but I will be leaving the live on. You guys get to sit here and watch the little one. And hopefully everything goes well. We'll leave this on for quite a bit. I will be back. Well, I'll be in and out, checking up on it as well. And hopefully we see some positive improvements. So, let's see how this goes. Talk to you soon. Yeah, I'm just checking out the blood vessels here that are hanging down. So I want to make sure everything's okay. So I don't want it to kick its leg and then pull something it shouldn't. So right here, I want to make sure that's not wrapped around anything. Just making sure everything looks okay still. As far as everything goes, I am going to give a little bit of quick iodine spray. I know it doesn't like it. It's cold. Sorry, little one. See how everything looks up here. And while I'm here, I'm going to give another drop of vitamins. There you go. I know, little one. I'm sorry. Oops, that was too big of a drop. A little bit more. Yeah, we're still trying. Still moving. Still fighting. That's what we want to see. I have to give it a good cleaning off here. If it gets to feeling better, I'm going to grab another paper towel. I'm going to give it another. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit on its face. I'm going to try and get this eyeball open. This eyeball is closed. I'm going to turn this light on. Maybe we can see a little bit better. That little eyeball's closed yet. Let me see here. Stay still. Still. There we go. There you go. Now you can see out of two eyes. Yeah. Look at that. Right. Good. Keep trying, little one. Alright, that was a quick update there. Lay down there. Relax. Good boy. And you just got to witness it pooping on camera. It's a good sign that shows the plumbing's working. Alright, I'm going to mute this again. Excuse me, and I will be back. I don't know when, some point in time, to check up on it. Hope it keeps getting more strength to it. apparently it's starting to feel a little bit better. It is running off and getting out of the camera view. Let's look down here. Thing looks fairly decent. Let's nip that little spot right there. Keep your toes back. There we go. So it's trying. It's working. A little sip of some water, some medicine. Good job. No. Okay. This little bugger is a fighter. Some of our next steps will be to get it cleaned up a little bit better and make it a little easier for it to move, because all that around here is sticky and pulling on some of the fluff. So if we get in there and get it cleaned up, I'm going to work on doing that here in a few minutes. So we'll get some nice warm water and get it cleaned up. Get some of that off, because it's like every time it's trying to take a little step or movement or something, it's pulling all that fluff on it. It'd be like pulling your hair. Alright, well, that's the update. We'll be back. I'm going to keep this on, but I'm going to mute it. No, it doesn't mean it's neurological. What's going on here is it's just still recovering from a whole big incident that was going on with it. It was a bad hatch for just this one. Veins didn't heal up into it the way it was supposed to. So now we're just trying to get it recovered, get it some more energy. It's actually, for everything that's been going on with it, it is doing really, really well. So it's not twitching. What it's doing there is actually breathing and chirping. So it's shaking around. It's not a neurological thing. It's strong. It's healthy. Well, as healthy as it can be. Just basically like it's in the ICU right now, just trying to get better. Yeah, we're just doing everything we can to make it feel better, and just really, really want it to pull through. Thank you, Angie. I try to be. It's not always what everybody thinks you should do when you're doing this kind of work. Most people that are doing this, like, they tossed this one to the side long ago. It's got a good spirit to it. It's strong for what it went through. Uh, Survived a lot so far. So I mean, it's a strong little bird for what it's been doing. So I try everything I can to get it going, and it looks like it's just laying there and having problems, but it's in reality. There, let's back it up here a little bit. In reality, tough little guy or girl, don't know yet. So that's just when it's rocking back and forth like that. It's chirping. It's singing its little song, and we're hoping that we can get it better. I mean, you look at that, look at those actions. That tells me that it wants to fight hard, and it deserves a chance. So, the reason it's in here is this is the best spot for it until it's done drying off and grows a little bit more. Well, not grows a little bit more. It's really not going to grow much, but just I can keep an eye on it, and everybody watching gets to keep an eye on it as well. So, it's very surprising how strong this little one is. Yes, it's got problems, but I think its spirit is a lot stronger than most will give credit for. Yeah, I mean, everybody has their opinions on where they think they should stop with this stuff. My opinion will always be if it has that spark of life, if it's fighting, it's not uh, in pain or suffering, then I'm always willing to try. They tell you when they're done trying, So then that's a different story. Uh, I'm definitely not naming it until I know for sure that we're out of the woods and going to be okay. Uh, that whole attachment thing gets a little rough with a name, but we do have a couple people that are saying different names about it. So if things go well, uh, there could be a consideration of a name happening. So yeah, you can see. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but every time it chirps, you can tell that's where what the shaking is. I'm trying to get this up here better. So we'll get some more vitamins, a little more medicine into it later on today. Um, in a few hours, no, we'll do that probably. We got 3 o'clock, probably in about 4 hours. I'll be working on this one again. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about 4 hours. Vitamins, a little bit of water, and then it is going to go in with another chick that is also recovering as well. That's fantastic, Andy. Yeah, I mean, we have birds that many people said that we should call and be done with it, um, and they're still out here today. One we have is our biggest, most friendly rooster. Uh, he was stuck in an egg, and everybody's like, "Oh, you should just let that go and not even bother with it." Well, he's our number one rooster, and he's been our number one rooster for the last 4 years. That is not good there. Okay. Alright, as soon as this little one comes out, we'll be working on getting this incubator cleaned out and getting ready for the next hatch in a few days. I think we're going to try hatching out, not try, we're going to hatch out some Polish. Very good point, Angie, and I've brought that up many times. It's the same thing that I say about things when they talk about bird flu and all that. I say, well, just because one gets sick doesn't, my opinion, doesn't mean you should get rid of all of them. You shouldn't do all of them in. If your dog was to get sick, you're not just grabbing all of your dogs, all of your pets, and doing them in as well. So yeah, I'm right there with you. I agree with what you're saying. You know, what's the difference between one life versus the other? Well, I agree. I think birds are undervalued as well. We have so many of our chickens out here that I'm telling you, they are some of the friendliest birds you'll find. They want to come over, sit on your lap, get pets, get attention, get treats just like your dogs and cats do. And to see some of these birds that have the intelligence of small children, it's ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna go get a nice warm bath for this one. I'm gonna try and clean it up a little bit, try and get some of the sticky feathers situated, and we'll be right back. Pleasure. Well, let's hope it will be. I mean, it's getting the best chance it could. So I'm going to go give it a bath right now. I'm going to mute this, and I will be back as soon as I'm done giving a little cleanup. We're getting a little dried off here. Actually, I'm probably going to get in trouble if I don't get on TikTok and do this as well. So, let me get that camera started up as well. So I don't do that. There's a few people that are waiting on updates. Get you back here a little bit on YouTube. Turn that light up. Turn this light up.
You can monitor on.
On YouTube.
I mean,
Yeah, you'd be better off on TikTok. And don't give me extra questions that aren't there, because that just gets me off of what I'm doing. Hey, Connor, try turning that down a couple notches, please. I think actually this may end up being the last follow-up on this one. I'm going to put this one in the incubator with the other group.
he's really cute.
This is a very cute little one. Get your milk off of there. Yeah, making it easier to stand, huh? Here. So people were wondering about the veins, like where they go to. Right there. That's where those veins were that I was worried about. See those veins there? So just that's what I really wanted to be careful of. That's where things were showing where we were having the main problem. But let's get this off of you. Hold still. There we go. This has got to feel so much better.
And is this the little one from this morning?
Yes, this is the one that was stuck in the egg. It is doing much better. Now we're just getting it cleaned up and situated. Give a little clean up on where the veins and stuff are. I know they're starting to dry out and look good. Okay. Still got to be careful because those veins are still a little bit of a thing. So we don't want to pull them out or anything like that. There we are. I'll wrap you up in this one. Get you nice and dry. I know you don't want to be wrapped up anymore. You were in that egg too long.
He looks so angry.
Yeah. It's going to end up being my favorite chicken.
I think
Nothing
he's
but anger.
angry.
I mean, I hope it survives that long. This is going to be a surprise. I'm blown away that it's right there now. I really didn't think this one would make it this far.
Side eye is the best. I agree, Rachel.
Yes. Still doing good. This little vegetable is doing great. And if you were there for the joke, you would understand. Somebody told me earlier that I should dispose of this little vegetable because it was you know it was done for. But we're still trying, still hoping for the best.
He seems pretty good.
Yeah, still gotta get up, still gotta walk, still gotta do all the normal stuff yet. Hasn't walked yet, it's just been sitting there talking. So I'm gonna give a little bit of medicine, a little bit of vitamins. On the beak. Come on. There you go. Get the drinking. Get that medicine down there.
So why does he twitch so much when he's lying down?
That's not twitching. When it's laying down, it's chirping, and as it chirps, it's using its belly muscles to chirp. That's just it pushing the sound out. Yeah, the medicine I'm giving it, one, it's just some vitamins, and two, is another one that is, it's a medicine for respiratory illness. So I was listening to it as it's making some sounds, and I can feel like a little bit of crackle in its lungs. So I just want to make sure we catch it before something happens. Now we're just keeping it dried off and keeping it warm. So yeah, I'm very surprised with how well it's doing. Still has a little bit of strength that it's got to build up yet. Got to get some power in those legs. Go with some vitamins, some medicine. A little one will get there.
He's got big feet.
Yeah. Maybe I'll show you big feet over here.
Yeah, it is a sweet baby, Deanna.
So nice thing is it still has plenty of food. So like if you look down here, you can see that yellow. We're still dealing with it having nutrients from the egg yolk in there, so we don't have to worry about it eating too soon. And fuzzy little legs. So as far as everything goes, as I said, it's going to be pretty much the last time I show on the lives on how it's doing. So we're not going to keep doing the updating on YouTube either. Since it's doing this well, the next update will be probably tomorrow when I'm loading eggs into the incubator here or something like that. But just it's hard to have it on the YouTube live stream just because it continues to move around the incubator, and I would have to check the camera every 5 minutes to be able to have it on there. Yeah, it's doing really well. Very happy with it. Yeah, it's definitely a fighter. That's why I said, with it fighting the way it is, I'm not going to give up on it. That's no way.
Never was with its mother.
It's a chicken. It's not how it works. So, sorry, Russ George. It's not what you think. And that myth of touching a bird, you can't put it back with its mother, that's total bull. Sorry. That one makes me laugh every time I hear it.
Yeah, he did. Defied all the odds.
It's still divine. We're gonna hope it continues. So yeah, I'm very happy with this. Good progress so far. We'll hopefully have the progress going. Alright, well, I'm gonna get its friends back out here. So this is a moment I was kind of hopeful I was going to get to do.
Yeah, I agree. He definitely didn't give up.
Yeah, it's a nice little fighter like this. I'm very happy about it. I really thought it wasn't going to do it. Proved me wrong, and a whole bunch of other people on here so far has proven wrong. Right. This is its brothers, sisters. There you go. See how you're doing over here. You're going to need a little bath too. It's going to get to be in here with, you know what, I need to change that mat out. I'm going to change this around here. So that is dirty from you guys. And I'll let you finish drinking. Meantime, I will cut some. You guys go in here for a second. You guys go in here for a second while I get this checked out. Wait, you gotta put your head already jumping out of this. Come here. Come here. Get back in there. Yeah, thanks for pooping on me. beeping will stop. Hold on. Alright, you sit down right here. Hold on, you're going to get your friends back. Hold on. What it was, at least you're not in El Paso. What's you're ignoring that? I don't know. I'm kind of curious on what kind of chat that's supposed to mean. Oh yeah, awesome. So, just because you get a little upset because I said you can put birds back with birds, is this why we're going on to a rant? Because you can, touch them. Now it means lucky we're not in El Paso, or
Look at El Paso, Texas with the satellite.
I'm sorry. Is this kind of threatening or something going on? What's happening here? Because I don't mind, reporting if need be.
It is cute.
So, well, I mean,
These are chicks.
no threats. So, what are you doing? I mean, you come into a live, you think you're going to be. How are you trying to help? What are you doing? I mean, maybe it's not translating well through what you're typing. Maybe you should think about what you're saying, how it's coming across. Well, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. Maybe you should understand what you're doing. Where are you going, little one? No, I'm not going to block them. I like when people like to make themselves look kind of like this. So you're sitting on a sofa in the ghetto of El Paso, bro? God, how old are you? I mean, I think by now that, you could do a little bit better than that. And that's your choice. Bro. I still don't understand why men call each other bro. One, not your brother. Never will be. Two, it sounds very childish. Which, really seems to be what you're going for. And where is that other tray? Think of hell. Ooh, I'm terrified, pal.
Chick's doing good.
Yes, I'm doing pretty good. Just sitting in here, sitting there chilling out right now, getting ready to get it situated into another spot with the other chicks that it was with. Ew, God, Russ. Let's not go with loving anybody. That's kind of weird. Man, read the room, Russ. Read the room. If you can read, I'm sorry. Way to go, Frank. Oh my God. What are you, 13 right now? Bro? Put that mat in there for you. Bro. Yo, bro. That makes me sound cool, bro. Hey, bro. Yo, bro. Hey, bro. I'm so cool, bro. Oh, I'm cool, so I can say this, bro. That's not how I do it, so I can do what I want. Thanks. I'm not blocking anybody. It's not how it works. You've been here long enough to know the live. I'm not going to sit here and let people act stupid. Huh? What? All that? You done, bro? Fingers can't keep up? Can't type fast enough? What is it? There you go. A little bit better. Right. So there we go. Just gonna get a little bit of water over here.
That one has splay leg.
No, that's not splay leg. That is curly toe paralysis. That is another issue that we're working on with that one. Like this, I said, this is the one that most likely wasn't going to make it because that's the one that was inside.
Yeah, that's right.
And had all that major problems. I was just surprised to see it drinking and doing well.
Mm-hmm.
What, George? Did Russ George disappear? Did he leave?
No, he's still here.
Huh. I expected more, bro. Okay. There we go. Get a little bit of drink. Drink. Get that leg straightened out. You just keep trying, we'll get your leg straightened. Okay. Well, that was disappointing. I thought there was going to be more to it. Oh, good. Well, afternoon for us.
Hi, Trish.
How you doing, Trish? All right, so I hate to end it while Trish just got here, but we're going to work on getting this ended soon. And you know what? Yeah, that one's still walking over for the water. I'm going to let that one drink a little bit before we go.
Yeah, the
Yep, this one.
chickens.
This one right here. That's the one that was in the egg that didn't hatch out on its own.
Yeah, he's so cute.
Yeah, this one's a little wonky though. We're gonna have to do quite a bit of work with this one. If this one survives everything.
Oh, yeah.
It's very weak muscled. Like there's really nothing muscle wise in its back end. It lost all that nutrients from the egg yolk breaking in there. So we're going to give a little bit of vitamins and such to this one as well. A little more vitamins, I should say. A little bit of medicine. So this one here is the one that just came out of that egg. We'll keep an eye on that one a little bit more and just try and give it its time to get some muscle buildup. Should start eating and drinking soon. And I am going to get a little bit of beef fat for it and get some fat on the little one. So I will be right back. Of course, that's going to be I hear you, I hear you.
Hey Jody, have a good day too.
Come on. Get that built back up. There we go. See if we can get you to eat a little bit. Yeah, man. Well, that should have stopped already. A little bit. Not my whole finger, you monster. Trying to figure out that flavor. You don't like that? Trust me, when you're older, you're gonna love it. Will you? Yeah, look at this one over here trying to stand. I really did not think I'd see that with what I saw this morning.
Overachiever.
Let's hope so. Let's hope it keeps going. Let's get a little bit on here as well. Okay. I'm gonna work on getting these guys a little bit more vitamins. I know you want to come out. Here, have some more. Without eating my whole finger. Here. I'm very aggressive about that finger feeding. You don't have to eat my finger. Don't do that. Okay. How about some regular food? Oops, that's water. This is the food. This is your food. You want some of that? No. Alright. I'm going to put a little cup in here with this one, this group, for food as well. But maybe I will put the Band-Aid patch on this foot as well while we're here. Nope, wing is not caught. Just bracing itself up. It's trying to stand. Scissors. Let me see this little foot. Alright, here I'm just putting a little bandage on this one's foot, just because I want to try and get this curly toe problem fixed before it's too late. And of course I did that backwards. I wanted to do the bottom one first. But that's alright, we can still do it. Hold on. I'm getting to you next. Yeah, but it's trying to stand up. It wants to get to where it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And for the problems that it has, what a strong little bugger. It is fantastic. I love watching that. And you are just loud. Get your toe back here. Put your little boot on. Trim up your little boot. Hold on, I'm not done with you yet. I'm not going anywhere. Trim the back off here. Give that a shot. See how your little shoe works that way. There you go. That should be a little bit better. Get your feet straight before we have problems with them. You, I got here. You, out this way. This on in here. Look at you running over to it all excited already, like you know what's going on there. Huh? You don't have to climb in it. I think you're getting cold. I think that's your problem. Get your feet up here. I don't think you're ready to eat either. Let me get your back out of the way. Come here, you. There. Food. And we're going to get this, as I said before, we're going to get this wound down, and that way I can get this incubator cleaned up. So we'll get that incubator cleaned up, and we'll be working on the next hatch by the end of the week, so we'll be showing that on live as well. We are completely empty. Everything is hatched that's going to hatch. So, thank you everyone for joining. And Russ George, bro, see you next time. Everybody, thanks for joining. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
So what were you kind of